is good, but it feels like it's carried by glow. You would not succeed if you tried to make a part without using any glow at all. You are absolutely terrible at creating. Okay, that last one might have gone a little.
This is Geometry. Welcome to this episode. In this episode, you're going to learn a little tiny bit about triggers and how to move certain objects. And we're going to continue our layout that we made, and we're also going to make sure that it syncs with the music perfectly. So what we want to do is we want to add a move trigger, which basically moves an object. It moves something from here to here. And we're just going to start by moving, for example, this one from here to here. And we're just going to start by moving, for example, this one. We want to move it from here to here. So it's going to have like a smooth movement upwards. And for that, you're going to have to move it down first, because this is where it's going to start. And then it's simply going to move up. So the way move triggers and pretty much all triggers work is by adding group IDs to the object that you want to interact with. So we want to move this thing, right? And now you may say, why am I not seeing this? You can disable the ground real quick over here. Show ground just disables, and now you can see below the ground. And now this is just for the editor, so it's not going to affect the game at all. So just for debugging, basically. So I'm not setting. So now you want to click on Edit Group. And this menu is scary, it's big, and it has a lot of settings. So just ignore all of it and just focus on the group ID. So we want to give this structure a group ID. So now this one has a group ID of 1. This is the number that I'm going to give it, and now I'm going to deselect. And now if you go to the move trigger, and click on Edit Object, we're going to edit the properties of that trigger. So now you can see a lot of stuff. Don't get scared. It's all easy peasy. I'm going to teach you just the simple ones. We're going to start basic X. Now the very first thing you're going to see is that we're going to move X and Y. So X is basically left, right, and Y is up and down, vertical and horizontal. So X, I think you guys can already understand how this works, and the Y, we're going to move it upwards, right? Because the Y, we're going to go up. So up, you can move this slider up, and this is going up, and if you want to move it down, you're going to go minus, right? So there's up and then down, it goes from 100 to minus 100, or you can just input stuff in here. You can click on here and add your own number, just don't go too crazy, right? Now you may say, I want to add it 3 times, right? We said, or 2 times, was it? 1, 2. Yeah, so from here, 1, 2. So we want to move it twice up. So you're not going to add 2 in here, because 2 is basically, you add a block and then go in here, 1, 2. So this is 2. right? So it uses these units. So
Here's how developers at Perplexity and NVIDIA are prompting AI 10 times faster. You're prompting Cursor over 100.
if you want to, move it up by 2, you want to do 20. So 20, this is going up. It's doing this movement 20 times, which is basically the same as this movement 2 times, right? And now you may say, how do I tell it what object to move? What structure do I want to move? Well, you guys remember that we gave all of this a group ID of 1, right? And this is the way we can interact with that thing. So if you go to the move trigger edit object, you're going to see a target group ID. So, okay, we want to move something up by 20, but which thing are we going to move? The group ID of 1. So this one we're going to move up, and now if we start, you guys can see that's this thing is going to move 1. So this one we're going to move up. Where are we going to move? The group ID of 1. So this one we're going to move up, and now if we start, you guys can see that's this thing is going to move, and you have officially used your very first trigger. It's simple, right? I think it is very, very simple. And now you may say, well, the movement is kind of janky. It's kind of like going like on a linear path. I want it to kind of go smoothly. So start very slow and then go a bit faster and then end very slow. So we're going to go to the easings and change it to ease in and out. There are a lot of different easings. but we're just going to experiment with.
When it comes to getting clicks on your videos, the first thing people look at is your thumbnail, because it's the most important feature.
This one. Now you guys can see it's kind of going fast and then going up like that. So very cool. And you guys have realized that sometimes I just die because I don't want to play. I just want to look at how this effect is. So again, you can ignore damage over here, enable that, and now this effect is. So again, you can ignore damage over here, enable that, and now you can just focus on that object. Just look at it and then see if the movement suits what you want. And we're going to move this back. So it is very, very important. This is a very important tip. Make sure you move objects before the player sees it. So if we do something like this, it is very bad because the trigger is basically gonna move way too late. And you guys can see that the trigger gets activated when the player hits that X value. So if I enter over here, you can see that it kind of functions. So we're going to do it a bit early so that the object moves. You can see it moving, so it adds, life to the level, but you have time to react, basically. We're going to also change the duration. So this is how long it should take to do that movement. So we're going to do 0.8, and now it's kind of going very slow but super smooth. So that is very awesome. And now I also want to move the saw blade up. So again, we want to move this one. It is different than this, so we can't, if we give it the group ID of 1 and then move it down, both of them are going to move up. But we want to have like individual movements to add more life to it. So now it is very important to know how to work with group IDs, because if you have a lot of group IDs, and you use the same one again, so for example, if I use 1 on the saw blade again, it's just going to do the same thing that is being done to this one, which is not what we want. So we want to add a new group ID. And if you have many, you're going to get lost. So it is important to choose this one. This one just selects you the next free group ID, the next unused group ID, the group ID that has not been used yet. So in this case, it's 2. Awesome. We want to add it. So now this Soul Blade has the group ID of 2, which you can see here if you go here and then enable the show object info. This is very important. You can see the group ID G2, and if we select this one, G is 1. So now we want to simply copy and paste the move trigger, move it a bit like that, and then change the group ID to 2. Awesome. Now look at this. Now this one moves first and then that one first. If you want, you can make this a little bit delayed, even this and then that. Awesome. Very cool. Just make sure to move it back again for more reaction time for the player. And you guys can see that there's this duration line, which you can enable in here if you go to duration lines in here. So in the settings and then duration lines. And this is very important because you can see where the movement starts and where it ends. So how long it takes. So if we change the movement, you're going to see that the line is going to get much longer. We're going to go back to 0.8 or 7.7, doesn't really matter. You can play around with the slider. It doesn't have to be perfect. So like that sounds pretty good. Now we're going to move this a bit like that. So this is very smooth so far. I like it. So you have used your own triggers now. We're going to add a lot of movements to this part later, but I think you guys get the idea of how to, add more movements to different objects. So now we want to test this part in here. So you can add a new start position over here and edit the object. We were a ship, so we're going to go to ship, and I may move it a bit like that, and maybe a bit to the top as well, so that we go to ship position and test this part in here. So you can add a new start position over here and edit the object. We were a ship, so we're going to go to ship, and I may move it a bit like that, and maybe a bit to the top as well, so that you have time to actually go up, in here just for yourself. And now we enter the ball portal. Very, very cool. And now you may say, how does the game know which start position to use? What if I want to use this one now? Well, the way it works is that it uses the very far start position. So if I add a start position over there, this one is going to be chosen instead of the other ones. And if I add one over here, you can see that the one that is the farthest on the right is the one that's going to get used. And if you want to keep this here, but you want to use that one, you go to this one, select it, edit object, and then disable. This disables that. It's still there, but now if you click enter, this one is the farthest on the right, the one that is enabled, the farthest checkpoint, the farthest start position that is enabled is the one that's going to get used. So we're going to again go on here and not disable it, so we're going to enable it, and we have entered. the ball portal. Ball, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna add a little something like this so that the player has time to, you know, see that they are a ball. And what I want to do is, I feel like the music in here is really a banger, so I'm gonna do a orb like that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, so this is, we're gonna move it like that over there, and now boom, 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 boom. Okay, nice. This is very nice. So now you can see that it feels like you are making the beat when you click, the beat hits, which is very, very cool. Boom, 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 boom. Now I want you to kind of land so that you can do it again. So like that. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, you can see that it is very important to have an awesome music sync because RobTop likes that, and it's just very cool. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, nice. This is looking pretty good. Just make sure you don't repeat your gameplay too many times. So this one, I did it twice. It's fine to do it twice, but just don't exaggerate, right? So now what we want to do is we're actually just gonna go up and then, you know, add some stuff like that. So let's see, boom, 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 boom. All right, nice. So now you may say, how are we gonna know that the player is gonna go up and then down? What if he just stays on there? We're gonna add a spike to prevent him from just going down, right? Just make sure you give him enough room because it's an easy level, right? We're not going insane. Now add another spike over there. Make sure he doesn't fly too much out of bounds. Okay, nice. Now we're actually gonna have some quick movements. So we're gonna go up and down very quickly, which is why I want to copy and paste this and then do like that. Yeah, that is very cool. Like that should be good. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that is very nice. The music is honestly very excellent. So boom, boom, boom. Right, nice. This is very, very fun. You can see when that moment hits where you realize that your level is actually fun to play, that is very, very good. Just make sure to save so you don't lose any progress. And boom, 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 boom. All right, this is really fun. This is really, really fun. So we want to change the gameplay stuff by doing something else, because otherwise it's going to get too repetitive. And now you are realizing that I'm not really focusing too much on, you know, external things. So I'm not adding these guys, for example, or any of this stuff. That is because I just want to get a good feeling of the gameplay. I just want to focus solely on the gameplay. Now I kind of feel like it is important to have multiple orbs in here because that's what the song says. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, now you guys can see that there's an issue. And now I feel like it's kind of taking too long. So we want to add another start position. Over here, we're going to add a ball. And now you're going to realize something. Now if you add the ball, you see that there are borders now. Why are there borders here? Well, that is because there is no option to set this as free fly mode, to make this free fly mode. What you could do is add a ball portal and then make it free fly mode. And basically you're going to enter into that portal, which is going to send you to free fly mode. But what you can use is also a trigger. There's a trigger that makes you go from no free fly mode into free fly mode. So this mode, add this one over here. And if I add it, I'm going to add it a bit late so you guys can see the difference. And the settings are exactly the same. However, there are these guys too. Or you just completely ignore these guys. Free fly mode. We're going to enter the free fly mode. So now we go up. You can see there's borders. And as soon as I hit that thing, we go into free fly mode. So we're going to copy that trigger by Control C, of course, delete, and then paste it in here. So now, boom, we are already in free fly mode. Now, I feel like the song is going to get a lot faster. Yeah, the song is going to get a lot faster. So I kind of want to use the robots because the robot is kind of running. And I want to use a different speed. So I'm going to go 2 times speed. I'm going to make this slightly rotate by clicking on this rotate button. You can rotate it like that. So yeah. Just make sure to add some structure under it so that the player knows what they're doing. Boom, boom, boom.
Monster Math presents Addition Below 10. Okay, class, let's begin. What is 5 plus 3? We can solve the problem by counting on.
Yeah, the robot is really cool for like some quick jumps. And nice, now we have finished the gameplay-wise 2 of these parts, and it is looking very nice. Now the robot and the cube by default are free fly mode, so there is no ground up there. Down there is always a ground. No matter what you do, there's always a ground down here, but there's no ground up there, so you can go as high as you want. Nice. And now I'm gonna start using dash orbs, because dash orbs add a lot more fun to the game. They make it just way more fun. Now if you play, you're gonna see that boom boom. Now this is very important to use dash orbs as well, because it allows the player to choose when they should let go. So these normal normal orbs, they are only clickable once. But these guys, you can hold and then you can choose when you want to let it go. So it adds a little bit more fun into this whole game. So now we want to drop down to a lower thing like that, and I actually kind of want to have like a very big jump like that. Just don't make sure you don't go too crazy. Now you guys are seeing something, right? With dash orbs, it is very important to make sure you can't just keep holding it, because this is kind of a cheat code otherwise. We don't want to have any secret ways, so they are the so-called S blocks. And if you go to this one and then go to the left, you can see these different objects, and every single one of them does something. And these ones are considered a trigger as well, because you can't see them in the game. So if you place an S over here, you guys can see that if I hold, I'm still holding, like holding the whole time. And you guys can see that, yeah, this S blocks, this not disables, it just lets you get out of your dash orb. And if you guys can see, this is not visible in the game.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority.
Which is pretty cool. Not that cool though. What if somebody thinks that they can just hold down the buttons? You can't really see that, so you have to let go over here. So what I like to do instead of using these guys is basically force the player to go down. Make them just go down willingly, right? So you want to do like that. So now he can't hold it, so they know they have to kind of go down like that. So they have to let go over here. You can add more stuff over here and maybe add spikes. So now it is very visible for the player what they have to do. So it is very important to, you know. And now I want to add some, you know, this is like, we're going to do like a staircase. I think that would be pretty cool because we're at fast speed. So this one's going to be pretty good. Just don't make sure you don't go too crazy. So like that, boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that sounds, that actually is. Okay, I'm kind of excited to see the final result of this because it is pretty cool. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, so now you can see that I was hitting the dash orb, not the dash orb, the orb over here, and then I'm kind of over there, and then I'm slowly kind of going away from it. So we have to move this specific one over there. And by the way, that line I added was just for indications to show you guys what's going on. It has nothing to do with the game or anything, with the gameplay, I mean. So now you want to make sure that your gameplay is balanced, like I said. So we started off very easy. It's gonna go, you know, it's gonna still stay easy, not go too extreme. And as a result, if you click this dash orb over here a little bit late, and I'm gonna add a start position, make the game mode robot, and make you go fast. So now, boom, you guys can see that if I hit it late, I'm actually gonna die to that spike. If we disable the ignore damage, you guys can see that if I hit it late, you're gonna die to the spike. And we don't want that. We don't want that at all. So the player should pretty much be able to hit the orb whenever they want. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, like that. And actually, I might do an upside down staircase just because the song is so perfect for it. Yeah, I might actually yoink this one out of, you know, creativity. And we're gonna do like that. Copy and pasta like this. And make sure you move this guy up like that and like this. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, that's actually repetitive gameplay, but it's fun. It is really fun because the song just says, so the song says this is what I want. So yeah, just make sure you don't overuse this too much, right? Because if you just keep going up and down the whole time, it doesn't really make that much sense. And the same problem, you guys can see that the player is almost falling off. So you're gonna have to somehow kind of align these so that this like edge over here is right on the orb, like that. If you're playing it on your own, and boom, 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 boom.
When I build games with Godot, Zenva gives you the fastest way to go from beginner to building real projects. RPGs, open...
This is perfect, this is perfect. But there is a small problem. You guys can see that if you're going like that, somebody switches gravity and they don't know that there is an orb. And it is very, 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 very important to let that player know what's coming ahead, what's next. So if I go like that, I'm gonna go idle mode. I'm not gonna click anything normally because I don't know that there is a orb over here. It is very important if you want to have a featured worthy level, even if it's the best looking level. If it is bad in gameplay, it's not gonna get rated. So we're gonna use another trigger, and there are a lot of camera triggers which we can use, but I want to use a specific one. I want to use the offset, and the offset basically moves the camera up or down. So just like the move trigger, you can move the camera by up and then down, and then the easing and also the move time. So perfect. This is all we want. We want to move it up slowly, ease it in and out, and we want to kind of move it like here, perhaps. And now you can see that the camera is slowly going up, which is perfect. So now we want to actually test it from here to see how it's going to look. Boom, 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 boom. It's still not so visible. So we're going to move it a bit more and slowly. Make sure if you want to move the camera, move it slowly, and also add ease in and out because it just makes it so much smoother. And I can actually show you guys an example. So this is none. So this is the camera moving on default value. You can see that it's very sharp. However, if we add this one, it's going to go a lot smoother like that. Yeah, it's a very tiny difference, but it's a big difference as well. So you guys saw that the camera kind of moved too much to the top. This is because the value added was way too much. So what we want to do is you can either, move the camera down again in here, but what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna move it less up, but I'm actually gonna see where this duration line is, and I'm actually gonna move it back so that the duration line is right here, and in here line is, and I'm actually gonna move it back so that the duration line is right here, and in here it should stop moving. So like that, is slowly going up, up, up. Now you can exactly see the orb before you even get close to it. And in here we want to copy this one, paste it in here, and then we want to move the camera down. So now if there's a difference between the way this works and the move trigger works. If you want to move something up one time, you can do +10. And then if you do it again, +10, it's going to add more. It's going to do 10 and then 10 again. However, the offset, if you add 30 in here, it's going to set the value to 30. So it's not going to add that value. It's just going to set it to 30. So it used to be 30, and now we say make it 0. Make it 0. We want to bring the camera back to like it used to be. Boom, 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 boom. You guys can see, very smooth. However, the going down the camera was way too slow. Smooth, but very, very slow. So we want to move it, you know, the move time, make it a bit better. Boom. Yeah, perfect. You guys can see that there's a massive difference when it comes to how fun this is. and how readable this is. It is very important to make your your levels readable. And if you guys seen something like this where it looks like the player is close to dying, just make sure to move it away. So basically pretend like this is the radius of the spike and the player has to kind of go like around it like that, you can pretty much say. But yeah, this is looking very cool. We have used camera triggers, we have used move triggers. It is looking very nice. And now there's more bumping, so I want to do more bumping. How do I do more bumping? Where we could use this one, we actually can't, because we want to have a featured worthy level, and it's bad to...
Voice is simply faster, more natural, and more flexible than typing. He said he's voice pilled, and I can see why.
Repetitions. So you want to come up with an idea. What is a good idea to click multiple times? Well, we can use, for example, different orbs. We can use the green orb, for example. And now if I want to play this from here, you can see that it's just going to go down. So we want to switch the gravity. We can go in here, options, and then where is it? Flip gravity. Flip gravity makes you start upside down. So perfect. So now what we want to do is we want to actually just do this perhaps. And if I do that, so now if I click, and you guys can see that there should be more. So maybe something like this. I'm thinking of boom, boom, boom. Yeah, exactly like that. Boom, 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 boom. And then I think there's a long one, so we're gonna do a dash. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, perfect. This is looking very excellent. I think there is a gameplay change over here. Game mode. I'm gonna check that for the song. Yeah, there's the beat changes again. So change the game mode now. What do we want to use? I think I'm gonna go. Let me hear the sound. Boom, boom, boom. right? So this is a very, I think wave would work perfectly, to be honest, because you're going up and down. So we're gonna choose the wave, boom, 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 boom. Perfect. Okay. Now it is very important to be careful when you use like a very tight gameplay. If you're making an easy level, you can't do stuff like this because it might be too difficult to navigate through. We're gonna see. So boom, boom. Actually, this kind of works, but don't go like that. This is crazy because you're always gonna account for the player hitting certain orbs too late, or doing some stuff not as you are doing it. So just make sure to always leave enough space between the spike and that play line. So boom, 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 boom. Okay, so you guys can see that add that play line. So boom, 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 boom. Okay, so you guys can see that if I click this late, it's gonna do this, which is why in such very tight gameplay things, I like to kind of just leave it open. If the level is easy, then just leave it open and perhaps just add spikes to make sure you don't do that. And we can actually, what we can do is just as a quick fun thing, is we can have a mouth that's kind of slowly closing. I think that would be pretty cool, right? So how do we do this? We want to give the bottom structure, we want to move it up like that, and then the one on the top, we want to move it down. So we want to give this structure the group ID. Next, give this one, so add, then copy and paste. You guys can see that the mouth is going to close, which is perfect, almost perfect, because we don't want to be squished into the mouth. So we're going to add it somewhere like very late, so that, yeah, like that. And now we can see that the movement wasn't enough. The mouth mouth didn't close. So just adjust the values. Maybe -30 should be good, like that. Now, yeah, now it's closing. Now we want it to kind of start closing already, but kind of go slowly. So we want to use the easing. So we want to start very slow and then go fast. So use ease in to start slow and then let go fast. And now you guys can see that it's kind of, okay, this is way too much. So maybe give it more time to close. Like that, perhaps, should be pretty good. Or maybe something like this. Yeah, okay, that was a bit too close to the spike, as you guys can see that. I died actually. So we're gonna adjust these values just as you want. Just adjust them until it feels right. This is what's important. It's gonna feel right. I'm gonna use a different easing, perhaps ease sign in and out. Not really, just keep experimenting until you get the perfect value. I think this is good. Yeah, that was pretty clean. And what I want to do is kind of feels like the mouth is static and then all of a sudden it starts moving. So what I want to do is I want to kind of make it move a bit already, like that, and then as you get to the end, it kind of closes down. So we want to do some slow movement. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to divide this move trigger into two parts. So instead of moving it 30 at the end, we're actually going to move only 20. So 20, and we're going to do the 10 already in there. So we want to do 10 like that, and then copy this one, and then do the 10 like that, so that it first starts going up by 10, like slowly, and then yeah, the mouth closes faster like that. Yeah, very nice. Like that's even better. Yeah, you guys can see that the mouth is opening and then it kind of closes down later. Yeah, this is perfect, clean. Just make sure the gameplay is good enough, right? Now we go into the wave parts, my dudes, and this one's gonna be pretty cool because we're gonna use free fly mode as always, and we're gonna add this one over here. Just make sure you change the flip gravity to none, because we're gonna have normal gravity when you go through this dash orb. So this is very important with the wave, that you actually sync it with the music. So boom, 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 boom. Okay, you guys can see there is like there's something going on. So we want to add these things, and these guys are very tricky to work with. So you have to be careful when it comes to slopes, because slopes, if you enable hitboxes using F5 or this checkbox over here, and then let's say I want to make the background in here, make it kind of dark. You can see that the hitbox is not a slope. The hitbox is actually kind of like a rectangle. Not a rectangle, a triangle, right? So what this means that, let's say if you want to build around this, and then you do stuff like this, do like that, right? Just build around it. It is very, very with the wave, that you actually sync it with the music. So boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom, boom. Okay, you guys can see there is like there's something going on. So we want to if you want to build around this, and then you do stuff like this, then you simply just do like that, right? Just build around it. It is very, very bad what we just did, because if you enable hitboxes, you can see that the hitboxes are way off. This is not what we expected it to be. We expected it to be kind of like a line, but now if you go through like that, with the way you get kind of close to it, you're just gonna die. But what it looks like, you just died to nothing. But there's actually a hitbox, so it is very important to check the hitboxes, make sure that you're doing it right. And in this case, we're just gonna have to rotate it twice so that the bad hitbox is outside. And now no matter how close you get to it, you're not gonna die unless you actually touch it, right? This is exactly what we want, which is why what I like to do is keep the hitboxes enabled for that part. So now just do this, and you want to do this instead of doing that. You want to do kind of like this. Okay, the hitbox is not refreshing. You have to actually kind of move it for some reason. But yeah, this is just how it is. So now we start, and then we do again the gameplay. And now we want to make sure that it's not too hard. Like we don't want to do something like this. We don't want to have like very tight. Although I'm an epic gamer and can do this easily, we're making an easy level, right? So again, let's do the lines. Boom, 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 boom. All right, cool, nice. So this seems like a reasonable space to leave. And the wave is actually, I believe, one of the easiest game modes. A lot of people disagree with me, but I think it's pretty easy, right? I mean, you just go up and down, and we're gonna just copy and paste this, and then rotate it, and then kind of fill in the empty space, so that actually looks pretty cool, right? Like that. Like that is pretty cool. Boom, 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 boom. And then I kind of want to do like a more, you know, straight path, like this. I want to add like a lot of these guys, and then delete, and then add these guys like that. Nice. And now let's add some spikes just to make sure that the wave can't land on here. Let's just make sure. Boom, 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 boom. Okay, this is way too tight, I kind of feel like, so we're gonna have to do maybe something like this, perhaps this should be a lot better. Yeah, so something like this. Yeah, this sounds reasonable, like a 4-5 star, maybe 6, I don't know, maybe like that. Okay, we're gonna do more like this one because that's what the song says. So it doesn't really matter that this looks terrible, like there's no line or there's no, like we're gonna fix all of that. We're just making the gameplay, like I said, right? Boom, 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 boom. Now I kind of feel like there's a change. However, I don't want to use upside down wave for easy levels. Upside down wave is really hard to control. So I'm gonna actually go mini first. And when you go mini, it is very important to kind of leave a lot of space for the wave, because if you do something like this, it's gonna get really hard to control yourself. I mean, I could easily do it, but I'm an epic gamer, right? So look at this. If you want to add over here, we're going to add this one and then make it the wave, right? And now if you go like that, somebody may just, you know, not know what this is or something, and then they go slapping into the ground. So there are two solutions to this. Either you can just get rid of this, but actually I'm going to teach you something new, which is the D block. The D block allows the wave to not die when he touches the surface. So now you see that I can simply just land on here, which is perfect, because now I can go into here and give the player a bit more time to react. And now we want to use these slopes, rotate them like that, make sure the, you know, this guy is open. We don't want to do it like that, right? Not like this, we want to do it like that. Perfect. Okay, so now we have a, so what I want to do actually, I want to go back to here. I want to put the start position in here. I actually kind of want to zoom out because I feel like it's kind of getting faster now. So I want to zoom out a bit. So maybe zoom out. The way this works, add a trigger with zoom. And then this is zooming in. So now if I add, you can see that we're getting zoomed in a lot. So I want to zoom out. So let's do 0.8, yeah, and now you can see that it looks terrible because it's like instant. So as always, use easy, makes it a lot smoother, and make it kind of slow. And because you're just hitting a orb in here, there's really nothing to focus on. So now you guys can see that the camera zooms out very smoothly. Can I do that? And now we're gonna do almost similar to this, but in mini wave, which has very sharp angles, and we're gonna do that. Boom, boom. And now this one's where it's gonna get very fast. The music is going really, really fast. So before we do that, we're just gonna do this and then copy and paste, move it in here, you know, click F and G to make sure you have the snap and also the free fly mode, the free mode over here enabled. Now just do this. Make sure there's a lot of space because this is mini wave, right? You don't want to make it too crazy. So maybe like that should be, yeah, like that is kind of reasonable. I think this is it's not bad, so I have to go like that. there's no touching. I think this is, it's not bad. So now if you go like that, there's no touching, and you can see that if you let it go like that, you're gonna die. So you want to add also D blocks onto these guys. Just make sure they touch the surface of every single space on there, and now if you let go, nothing is gonna happen. So you have to react and kind of click. But great, if you guys made it so far, you have learned so many things. It is insane. You guys are practically a good creator, a good gameplay creator. That's pretty epic. We're gonna give it a test. We're gonna see how this is gonna be. Boom, 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 boom. This is okay. I already love this because the music sync is really nice, and yeah, the gameplay also pretty nice. I'm gonna grab the coin over there. Right, we are changing the background color as well. You guys, if you made it so far, you have learned so much because the music sync is so excellent. And now we're going to the robot section. You guys can see that this is pretty fun. Alright, so I will see you guys in the next episode. Make sure to slap that subscribe. Like, and I will see you guys in the next video.
Love free stuff? Who doesn't? Head over to
In this episode, we're gonna start. In this episode of the tutorial, we're gonna learn how to use the event, the count, the pickup, the guide, the toggle, and the alpha, and as well as the UI trigger. We're gonna make a very cool counter that's basically gonna count how many times you have clicked, and we're gonna disable a wall if you clicked a certain amount of clicks. This is gonna be very fun. And now I kind of feel like there's a lot of spam because that's what Long is saying. So we're gonna do spam, and we're gonna add a new trigger. I'm gonna add a new trigger called the counter, and we're gonna make you have to spam a lot of times, maybe spam 10 times. And then there's a cube part, and then maybe we go very slow because that's what the song says. If you guys hear it now, it goes very silent, and now it goes crazy again. So what we want to do is we want you to click, I would say 25 times. So the goal for this part is if you go over here, you're gonna have to click 25 times in this part. I mean, it should be pretty easy to do. So and then you're gonna go to a different game mode. So that is, I think, a perfect way to end this wave part because the song is saying so. So yeah, now what we're gonna do is we're gonna add a counter, and this is this number over here. You add it, and then you go to edit special. And this is going to open up a new menu that I have not seen before. And this is basically a counter. So you want to, just like you give each object a group ID, you can give counters a unique item ID, all right? An item ID of 1. So now you can see C is 1. So the count is 1. And now if you use the pickup, you guys can see, actually I'm just going to play test normally. And I'm going to place this one perhaps over here, make sure it is on mini mode, and move it up like that. So now you can see that it turns into a 0, because by default, every single item ID that you add newly is set to 0. However, we can use the pickup to change that number. So if you want to use the pickup and then edit objects, and now you guys can see that if we go to item ID 1, we want to add 1 to it, right? We want to add 1, and now as soon as I hit it, this number turns 1. It is perfect. Or you can override it, you can multiply the current number by this number, or divide it. But for now, I think we only need these two hitboxes. So now we want this counter. So now we want this counter to basically increase every time you click. So how do we do this? How do we make this do that every time you click? It is actually fairly easy, because we know how to use triggers already. So we're going to go crazy with this one. So you want to add well, you could use two separate triggers. You can use a touch trigger or an event trigger. I'm actually going to teach you the event trigger, because this is the newer one, and it also has a lot more options. So we can teach you that on the way. So add an event trigger over here. And then if you open the edit object, you can see that group ID, extra ID, and extra ID 2. So these two, we don't really want them. We don't need them. So what we're going to do is we're going to click on this guy, and you guys can see a lot of options. So what this means is that what this trigger does is it basically triggers another trigger if the player does something. So if, say, for example, the player jumps, we want to do something. Or if he touches an orb, we want to do something, right? If he lands, we want to do something. If he, what do you say, checkpoint, or if he, there are a lot of options. So what we want to do every time you click, not jump, because you're not jumping as the wave, you want to click. So jump push, if you go back to 69, option 69 is jump push. So if the button, so this button, as you guys can see on my mouse, if this one was clicked, this is jump push. So you are pushing it, and jump release is what I'm going to do in 3, 2, 1. So jump push, jump release. This is release and jump. We want to use jump push. So push, jump, release. This is release and jump. We want to use jump push. So every time you jump, every time you push the jump button, what we want to do is we want to trigger this one. So we want to add 1, which we did over here, by if the player clicks once. So we want to give this trigger a group ID, just like we did with the structures. Now this one is the target group ID, because that's what we want to trigger every time you click. So add a group ID of 5, and then add over here in the event in group ID add 5. So what this means, so this trigger, what it does is it basically triggers this one every time you do this. So every time you click, what's going to happen is 5 is going to be triggered. Who is 5? 5 is increasing a number. Actually not going to work because well, you guys, now if you start, it's actually not going to work because what you guys saw is that nothing has happened. Like if I don't click, this one is just going to go to 1, because as soon as I reach it, it's going to go to 1. So what you want to do is make it a spawn trigger. So a spawn trigger makes it so that it doesn't get triggered when the player kind of reaches it. But it makes it so that it's a spawn trigger. So it has to be spawned by another trigger, like the event trigger, for for example, there. In this episode, we're gonna start making the design of the first part. We're gonna come up with the colors and the palette and everything that is design related. All right, great. You are doing fantastic. If you have reached this episode, that means you have done the layout already. Ready, and it is looking pretty good. And one thing I would like to say at the beginning of this episode is that now we're gonna do the design. So we're gonna decorate this level. We're gonna start by adding simple design. And it is very important that you don't instantly copy what I'm doing. You can do it if you want to, but it's not gonna get featured if you do, because it's gonna be unoriginal. You can copy my design just to practice. You can upload your level with it, I don't really mind. And you can do whatever you want, really, but if you are aiming to get a featured worthy level, you can't use the same design that I'm using, because otherwise it would be considered unoriginal, because it has already been used. I'm just going to show you how to make a good looking design, and you guys can yeah, you guys can choose to come up with your own ideas. So the first thing that we want to do is we want to make the layouts look better, and we do that if we replace these guys with actual lines. So like that, we can replace that one with these guys, and you guys can already see that this looks much better. And now we can just fill in this one with some cool stuff. You can choose the design and yeah, I'm also gonna add a block on top there so that this feels even more finished. So like that, perfect. And yeah, I guess let's just start. So I'm gonna be using a pixel art design. So for this one, I love using these guys. So you scroll in the pixel art over here, and then you use these guys. So these guys are put in a way so that you can start on the top left. So this is that corner. We're going to build this down here first, and then that one, and then there's the bottom corner, and there's there's this side, and then you can flip this upside down, and then that one as well. And then this one gets flipped, and the bottom part is this one. And now you guys can see that you have a very cool thing. And if you want to fill this from the center, you can go to that object at the end of the pixel art and just put it in there. And now with that object at the end of the pixel art and just put it in there. And now we want to use colors for the first time ever. Now using colors is actually pretty easy, but there's just a few things that you have to keep in mind. So the way Geometry Dash uses colors is that there are color channels. So as you guys can see, if you click on here, browse, you can see a lot of that there are color. So for example, if I want to make this kind of purple or red, what I can do is I can set color 7 to red and color 8 to kind of purple. So now color 7 and 8 are set to purple and red. And now if you click on here and click on 7, this one is red, and then we go on to the detail. This one is 8. So now you guys can see that our object has a color. And you guys can see that if we leave detail as default, so this is basically, yeah, a lot of these objects in Geometry Dash are split between detail and, you know, base. So this one, for example, only has detail because it can either be red or purple. However, these guys are...
When it comes to getting clicks on your videos, the first thing people look at is your thumbnail, because it's the
in here. So for example, you can use these guys, give them some cool colors like that, and you guys can see that red and purple works very nice. So what we want to do is we actually want to give this base a 7 and detail an 8. So now if you click on that object, you can actually click on this one, and then it will show you this one. So you can change the color of that block. And what you have to keep in mind is that if you change this, you are changing the color channel. So if you go over here, now 7 is blue. So what we are changing it to here is actually what is going to be applied into it later. So if you click on 2, this is color 8, because this object that we selected has 7 as base and detail as 8. So if you click on it and then there, you can see 7 as base and detail is 8. So we want to make this kind of like that. This is looking excellent already. And now this one. This one is where we're going to get to the HSV things, which are also not that hard to understand. So what we want to do is simply make sure that this is purple, because we want this to be dark purple, just like this line over here. So what you could do is you could do a new object and then make it like this, and then set the color as you want in here, and then kind of make it very dark, like that works. But then if you decide to, for some reason, change this to a different color, you can see that this one doesn't change with it. So we want it to change. And how do we make this change? Well, we have to make it use color 7, but a modified version of it. So what this means is that this is color 7 by default, and you can set this specific object to copy color 7 and then do a little bit of modifications onto that color just for that specific object. So now if we click on HSV over here, we can do the brightness. We can bring it down to 0.6. You guys can see that this is much darker. So if I copy and paste it, you guys can see that this is a cyan, which means there are values that have been changed. And if I click on this, it's going to get reset. And this is the color 7 normally. And this is the color 7 with the modifications that we did here. Now, we can't really know which value is perfect for the brightness for this one to be perfect. So we can simply click on it and then double click in here. So 1 and then 2, you can see HSV, the exact same pop-up we have in here. And if we change it like that, now we have a perfect dark purple color, which is awesome, because now it's using the color 7, which means if we change this one to anything, it's basically going to be the same. So I would like to make it a little less darker. Yeah, I think this is literally perfect. And now if we change it to anything, it's going to stay like that, which is exactly what we want, because we're going to use the same design a lot, for example. So, and I can quickly show something, and then it's going to use R. So we're going to go copy and paste that. Let's make sure that there are no values. So the hue is basically just like this slider right here. You can see, so it goes from red to yellow, green, cyan, blue, pink. So we're going to set this back to this, and then we're going to play with the hue. And you guys can see that, yeah, it's changing from green, yellow, and all these colors, right? So yeah, this is the hue of it. And now there's saturation, which is basically how much saturation do you want to it, really. And then the brightness, of course, how bright do you want it to be? You can make it really dark. And if you want to make it completely white, you could use this one, or you could make a brightness like that so that it adds that value to the brightness. And now you bring this one like that and then make it like that. This way, this object will always be white, no matter what you change this to. So what this means is that if I make this kind of a little bit on this control, doesn't affect the color channel right now for that specific object. So it doesn't affect the whole color channel, which is perfect. That's exactly what we want. So now we want to place this over here. However, what you guys can see that there is a ground, which means these blocks are supposed to be going down into the ground, meaning that we can't use this one. We're going to have to kind of do this and then that, copy and paste, and then this. So So this way, it feels like there's still a continuation under it. You guys see? Yeah, this is looking pretty good.
Want to build games with Godot? Zenva gives you the fastest way to go from beginner to building real projects.
Alright, but before you actually start putting things in here, I would like for you to come up with a perfect design. So just add a block, like a 3x3 or 3x4 blocks, like that, and then just decorate it. Look how it looks. Make it look perfect. Before you start doing anything, just do your stuff and make it look good. So with these blocks, you start doing anything, just do your stuff and make it look good. So with these blocks, actually, almost every single like block in the pixel art comes with this nice little extra color. And this one we have, for this one, you guys can see that it fits perfectly in here. And if If we add this one, this is for that, and then we copy and paste this one, we flip it, and now you guys can see that it fits perfectly, and it just looks so much better than this one. You guys see? And this is, of course, this exists for a lot of different objects. For example, this one. And you guys can also select this one, copy the values, select that one, paste the color. So, awesome. You guys can see what we did? So it was like that. So instead of going here 7 and 8, what you can do is simply copy the values and then paste the color. Now it just takes the same colors from here and applies them into the object that you have selected. And we can add this detail. In this case, that's the detail and looks much better. Now in here, a lot of color changes would be required, but that's up to you. You can change them with the hue value. So now we want to have something like this, but this is way too bright. So white, I feel like, is way too bright. So we're going to use this color 8, right? Now it looks just like as if there are none. And now we're going to play around with the hue again, with the HSV. which stands for hue, saturation, white. So it's basically pink, but kind of going towards that right? So now if we change the color of pink to anything, you guys can see see that this one is always that color but a bit brighter, which is exactly what we are looking for. All right, perfect. Now we have a pretty cool looking block, but it's still a bit empty. Like, you can't just fill this in and expect to get a rated level. It is a bit harder than that. You're gonna, come up with some better ideas than that. So the first thing we're gonna do is add glow on top of it to kind of make it some better ideas than that. So the first thing we're going to do is add glow on top of it to kind of make it very exciting, right? And what we're going to do is we're going to add a new color called 9. So this is 9. And the first thing you guys can see is that it's white. So we want to make it copy another color. And the reason why this is important, you guys are going to see in a bit. By the way, I'm thinking of moving my keyboard to there, perhaps. Perhaps that's better. Yeah, I think that's much better because you guys can see stuff right there.
When you have the perfect response in your head, but your fingers just can't keep up. We've all been there. Typing, deleting, retyping.
So the reason why this is important to copy the color, because we want to have the same color as 8, but blending. And let me show you what blending means. So you guys see this is red. And if I make another color channel, give it to that one and make it red and blending, you guys can see that it has this cool effect of kind of the colors are being added. It's like additive mode in Photoshop or whatever other platform you want to use. So this is pretty cool. Now, the first thing I want to do is actually reset this one to white because I don't want to use the color channel 10. So what we're going to do is we want to copy 8, but make it blending. So copy color, and then in here you can put the channel. And then you can change the hue. So if you want to have the same exact as 8, but maybe a bit brighter, you can do that in here. And now you can copy the opacity as well, but we don't need that. And this one is just to show you that you can have a copy color of the background, for example, or the ground or whatever. So this is perfect. So now we want to 8. We want to have 8 in here and then blending. So now it is kind of purple. Like not purple, this, yeah, pink, rather pink, but it's also blending. So it's perfect. Really, really nice. So what you guys might see is that the level doesn't look that good already because the background is way too bright. So I want to kind of bring it down like that, and then maybe make it a bit more bluish like that, and then it looks much, much cleaner. So now we're gonna add more glow to it. This glow, I love to add it because it just adds so much detail. And it's to copy the current one, click on warp, and then move this button over here in the center, move it to the very bottom thing. Make sure you are super precise, and then make from here, you want to make them a bit smaller. So this is like the size, make make them smaller like that, and then click on here, HSV, make it really bright. And now if you put it on it, you guys can see that it just looks so much cleaner. It looks pretty good. Only one thing is missing. Particles. Particles are one of my favorite objects in Geometry Dash, if not the favorite. It adds so much cool stuff to your level, and I'm gonna show you a particle system. And if you put it, you guys are gonna see a lot of particles. Are being emitted, and if you go to edit special, this looks scary as flippin' heck. I know it's a lot of stuff, but don't worry, we're just gonna do some very simple stuff. I have an extra tutorial just on this particle system, but for now we're just gonna use some basic values. So post var x, we're gonna change that, which is basically, you guys can see what this is. So it's basically the x position of where they are being emitted. So if 0, nothing, and then like that, the more it gets. So we want to have like 39 so that it gets emitted from beginning to the end of the block. And then the angle. So the angle, this is the angle you guys can see. If you make it 0, they only go up. And if you make it like that, they will go in all directions. We want them to only face up and up only. That they will go in all directions. We want them to only face up and up only. So now if we exit, you guys can see that this is starting to look good, but it's the particles are they are staying on the screen for too long. So we want to reduce the lifetime to maybe something like 0.45. And every time you change this value, make sure to click on calc so it actually recalculates the emission value, and now it looks a lot cleaner. I still feel like the variance for the lifetime should be lower, maybe this one as well. And we're also going to add a bit of fade out by going to extra and then maybe a bit like 0. Like that, then they kind of fade away at the end. End just a small little detail. Then we're gonna add fewer particles like that. Make sure to click on calc every time you change this or this value. You're gonna have to click on calc. So this is cool. This is pretty cool. I feel like the particles are a bit too fast, so we're gonna make them a bit slower and maybe 9. And now you guys can see that they are just coming and then going away instantly. So I want to actually increase the lifetime a bit because we changed the speed. So now they are a lot more chill. You guys see, this is pretty cool. So the pulse bar X should be a bit higher, maybe something like 42 or something. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And now a bit more time 42 or something. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And now a bit more, something like 42 or something. Yeah, that looks pretty good. And now a bit more time var like that. Maybe a bit more variation for the speed as well. Just playing around with some of these values. And like that, maybe a bit more speed, like 14. That's too much, maybe 11. Yeah, that's not bad. That's pretty good. Okay, so now you can change the color if you want to. I want to make it uniform object color or use object color, because I wanted to use these colors, because otherwise it uses these two colors that you put in here. We wanted to use the object color. So like that. And of course, we're going to add saturation to make it really bright. Boom, look at this. This is pretty nice looking. Saturation. We wanted to use really bright color. So like that, otherwise it uses these two colors that you put in here. We wanted to use the object color. So like that. And of course, we're going to add saturation to make it really bright. Boom, look at this. This is pretty nice looking. All right, awesome. So we want to add glow on the inside as well. So we're going to copy these large glow objects. That we put, we're going to rotate them and add them on top of the object. However, you may say, how do I put these in front of the objects? Because right now they are behind it. Well, you go to edit object and then B1. If you click on B1, you guys can see that now they are in front of it. Reason for that being is that this block is on B1 and then 9. So the Z order is 9 and then Z layer is B1. This is a bit complicated, but you can view it as this layer is the layer that's very far on the bottom, and this one is that's the far on the top. And the Z order is basically the same, but within that layer. So if I have a, let's say for example, I copy and paste this. This one is on B1, so I want to copy and paste it, and right now this is in front of the other one. So if I reduce the Z order, it's going to go behind it because this number is lower than this number over here, right? So what we want to do is we want to have this as B1 and make sure this one is set to 10. Why? Because this one is 9 and we want it to have larger, right?
Work is a pain in the apps. My files are in this app, my chat's in this app, projects in that app. Oh!
Wow. You're really working your apps off, Daniel.
So now we want to move this a bit up like that and maybe change the color a bit. Maybe make it a bit more, a bit up like that. Is 9 and we want it to have larger, right? So now we want to move this a bit up like that and maybe change the color a bit. Maybe make it a bit more, yeah, like that. Like that looks, it's pretty cool. All right, I like this. A bit more, yeah, like that. Like that looks, it's pretty cool. All right, I like this. This is looking not bad. Now what we want to also add is perhaps a bit more, you know, we want to change the B1, of course, and then want to add like black shadow over here and like that. And you guys remember, if I add this, I want to select the this guy only, like only these guys. So I go to delete and then go into custom and then select all of these guys and delete and then go into custom and then select all of these guys. And I'm gonna add it a new color channel 4, and to make this one black. So now you guys can see that this is coming to life. It looks pretty excellent. So nice. Now you guys may realize that things are becoming a bit chaotic and you can't really tell what is where. And this is where Geometry Dash layers come into place. And layers are actually very, very important. They help you organize a lot. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch the layers and kind of change on which layer these objects are. This way we have a much organized Geometry Dash level. Now this doesn't affect like the gameplay or anything, but it's just much better for you to you know, organize your stuff and maybe, you know, copy and paste them later. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna switch between these buttons in here. You guys can see all, that means you are on the layer of which every single block is on. So all layers are visible right now. and you can interact with all layers. So what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of these guys and bring them over to there. We're basically gonna just, put them like that and bring them like so. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna select all of them and go to edit group and give them the editor layer of 1. And now if you click on this one, you guys are going to see that this one is going to go away. You can no longer select it. It's still there, but because we are on layer 1, you can't see it that much. And now if you switch to layer 1, everything else is going to go away. And because this is the only thing that's on layer 1, it's going to be visible and also interactable, if that's even a word. But that's pretty cool. So layers is actually very simple to understand. So we want to select all of these guys next and put them on layer 2. So now if you are on all, as you guys can see, I can interact with anything. So no matter on which layer they are on. And now layer 0, layer 1, layer 2. Perfect. And now I would say let's move all of this stuff. To layer 3. And perhaps the rest. So this is 0, so this is the rest. And this one, if you click on this one, it basically takes you to the next free layer. So the unused layer, the next unused free layer. So perfect. Now we have a much organized thing. So now we can just place everything on top of each other and we don't have to worry. If we want to select something only, it is going to be very simple. So layer 0 has nothing. This one has the base block. This one has the shadows. This one has the glow. And this one has even more detail. Awesome. This is looking pretty good, I must say. So now what we're going to do is we can already begin filling in these things. And you could use the auto build system if you already know how. It is a bit complicated to explain for absolute beginners. So if you want to, you can view the tutorial that I have on my channel about auto build. You can just type in on YouTube search xcritical, auto build system tutorial or geometry-auto build tutorial and look up a tutorial a bit now, because fill the second block, which has a completely different thing. Now you can't do this because it looks terrible. And even if you remove this, it's still gonna look very terrible because this side, the pink side, it should be facing up. So what we have to do is basically keep it like that and kind of restructure it to make it more like this one. So what we want to do is switch the layers. Layers are very handy now, so we can go that. Actually, now that you have layers, you can literally place it on top of the block and you don't have to worry about selecting these guys. Why? Because we are using layers. So we can do this, copy and paste, go like that, delete these two, and bring these guys up. Always make sure that the corner blocks are always at the corner. So we don't want to have something like this. That would be bad because corners are here. So we don't want to have something like this. That would be bad. And now the next layer. So this is basically how the decoration process goes. You make the block, you come up with it and fill. It is very, very simple. We can in the center, and that's because we have two particle systems. And if you click on F4, which I believe is particle systems, and if you click on F4, which I believe is in here, if you guys go to pause and then gear icon in here, hide particle icons. If you check that off, you guys are going to see these particle objects, right? Or F4 on your computer, F4. That could also as a shortcut. Now we have this on top of this, and if we combine them, you guys are going to see that in the middle there are just way too many. So we want to have one particle object. So we select this one, and then we move it to the center, and then we increase the pulse var by a little bit, and that should be it. Yeah, that's pretty good. And then we have a bit. So now then that one, right? That makes a lot of sense. All right, cool. So now the final part. Now we have this glow, which we can just do by doing that. Nice, perfect, nice. Look at this. We have decorated 2 blocks already. This is looking excellent. I like it. So if you find any like leaks in the gameplay or anything, you can just fix them while doing the gameplay. That's also while doing the decoration. That's also not a problem. So perfect. So what we want to do now is we want to add ground spikes. Ground spikes are basically spikes or some objects that are between 2 platforms that basically go on the ground. That's why they call the ground spikes. You can choose, there's really no right thing to do this. You can just choose your own design that you want, that you think is going to fit to the level. And I like adding lava. So I'm going to do maybe something like this. I'm just going to experiment and see what would look cool. So something like that, maybe a bit brighter, glow to it. Just click that block. You can there and select that object, which is very, very handy, very cool. So I can just go from using glow to instantly using some lava, right? White at the bottom by adding these guys and a bit moving them up so that they have more effects. Looks pretty. This time we're gonna have a different, bigger, and it looks cool. And then like this. And And then, yeah, if you do, they are party and nice. Now we have a ground spikes. They are really not finished. I would like to, maybe I can already begin doing stuff, but it really comes down to how many good ideas you have right now. So right now I don't feel like I have that many good ideas for ground spikes, but these ones don't look bad. Right now, I kind of feel like I want to do some more block decoration, right? So what I want to do is I want to add shadow to these things, and we were going to pretend like there is a light coming from this place. Let's say there's the sun is right there and there's light coming, so that way the shadow has to be on going like that basically, right? So what we're going to do is we're going to go to a new layer and then add an object to that layer. We're going to add these guys, these slopes, and then we're going to rotate them like that, and we're going to go to these guys and fill in that, and then you guys can see that we have a white thing, and we want to click on edit object, choose like color 3 or anything, make it black, and then maybe 30% opacity. So now you guys can see that we added shadow to that block, and you can do it on B1 so that it's even on top of these guys, which just adds a lot of depth into the level and just makes it really, really cool. So nice. Now maybe objects, and then we're gonna add these guys, these slopes, and then we're gonna rotate them like that, and we're gonna go to these guys and fill in that. And then you guys can see B1 wrist is or this one, because you guys are going to realize that there isn't really any other variants for this one. So for example, there isn't a kind of like half block of this. So you can't really just do, I don't know, there is this one, which is for a full block. You can't do like this. This doesn't really work because it just looks bad and wacky. So we're going to do is going to use a different block that is made to be put on these half blocks, which is going to look cool, and it's going to have a different colors to make it look, you know, a bit colored, like this shadow, like that, and this. Just make sure you don't copy and paste another one on here, because you're going to have this one, this very weird thing, and that's because you have a 30% opacity on top of 30, so it becomes like 60, so you don't want that. So we want to do is make sure to that no, you know, spaces are being left. And you guys can see that the shadow is coming into the block because we have overlapped it here. This is a very simple fix. Select all of them and make them on B2. That way you have a much nicer looking thing. Nice, very cool. And of course the shadow has to be on this block as well, going in that direction. So make it like that. Awesome, very nice looking. So now what we're gonna do is we are gonna add some extra random stuff on top of these guys, and the way we're going to do that is by copying the value of this one and pasting the value to that one. Oh, I did it for the wrong thing. I wanted to have it for this one, like that. So now it's white, and it looks very nice. Just adding some random, you know, objects on top of it just to make it look cooler, right? And boom, this is looking much better than what we started with. So I would say let's begin to decorate a spike. Decorating a spike is also very important. to make sure they don't look as raw as they do right now. So I like to use this spike, or if you want to go fancy, you can use the spike that's hidden in here. This one's a very secret one because you can actually add like a shading into it. Well, I think I'm going to use that one actually. So this one contains 4 different elements, and the very first thing you want to do is select one of these guys. Copy the values and paste the color to all these guys. So let's copy the values. Now you can kind of I'm going to use that one actually. So this one is actually adding a shading into that's hidden in here. This one's a very secret one because you can actually this one contains 4 different elements and paste the color to all these guys, so they have the same color, and now you can kind of start adjusting things. So the outline of this spike, which right now is 7, I want it to be white. So I'm gonna copy the color of the object. So the object's color is a unique color, which you can find in yeah, they removed it from here. So in here you can see that there is a copy object's color, and if you go to the color trigger, place one in here, edit object, plus, and then object, this is going to change that object's color, which is always set to the spikes by default. They have the object's color, or any of these lines have the object. So if you change this one, what's going to happen is that everything is going to be changed, the spikes and all of these lines, because by default these guys are on line on the object color, right? So we're gonna make like a very light yellow, and you guys can already see this looks pretty nice. So what we're gonna do is we are gonna add some so we're gonna add this one first, and this one's gonna have the same color as this small glow. So paste color, make sure it's on B1 so that it's on top, and this looks excellent already. This one's gonna have like a just a slim of dark like that, so that a bit more shading. And then this one, if you want, you can also give it a color of white. Just make sure it's on top so that it emits this cool, yeah, that's pretty cool. Also, another thing I like to add on spikes, it is these guys. So these guys, you can add them on spikes, which is, you know, is these guys. So these guys, you can add them on spikes, which just, you know, gives it a bit more spiky look, right? So now you can just yoink, copy, paste that, and we have a spike, which yeah, looks pretty cool. You want to remove this one and add that one instead. Ooh, you guys seen? We have deleted this one from here. Okay, I'm just going to re-add it. Cool.
Can you tell if this was made by AI? We made an AI content authenticity.
Cool. So you guys may also have seen that I am not really removing like a spike or these guys, and that is because I always want them to be here to use them as reference every time I need to add a spike or something, so that I don't have to copy it from here or anything. So I have a preset over here that I can just copy and paste and put in here. For example, scale it to 2 and remove this one, make it like that. Perfect. Now we have a spike over here. Nice. This looks pretty good. Now we can get rid of that one. And I actually also want to decorate this one, which this one is a large object. So I would say let's first decorate that one. I would say that would make a lot more sense. So we want to go to these guys, see where they are, and then we want to use this one, which is meant for a single block, like the one that goes like that, right? So copy the values, paste color. Perfect. Now we want to put it on there. Go to the next layer. What is next? Oh, the shading. Okay, sure. Shading, copy and paste. Shading, put it on the other side. Perfect. Next is glow and particles. Copy the particle. Make sure to reduce this thing and reduce the amount like that. So it's emitting particles very coolly. And yeah, we want to copy the glow in here. And also this one. This line is also comes in after the block that you use, which in this case is that one. Paste state and the color, because state basically applies these settings that are in here and color applies these colors. All right, so perfect. Now we have a cool looking block. I'm not going to lie. So now we're just gonna copy and paste this whole thing and just make sure that we get rid of the spike. We want to get rid of the spike only. So these guys go away, that one go away, everything goes away. And now we want to get rid of this stuff that's in here. Actually, I'm going to keep those ones and I'm going to remove these guys. So now we can remove this one, rotate it, and now we want to scale it to 2, which is right there, like that. Okay, so now we can do that, and yeah, looks pretty nice. So now the level still doesn't look that good. There's still a lot missing. That is because we need some background pulses. We need a lot of stuff going on. We need, you know, custom background and all of this stuff. And we're going to get into all of that later. But I would say let's just continue making the basic stuff that has been. In this episode, we're going to learn a little bit more about the Geometry Dash editor, and we're also going to apply our design to the entirety of the first part. Then we're going to add a little bit of air deco here and there. Alright, so next up we have, what I want to do is a simple spike pit. So I want to do a simple spike pit like so. I'm going to show you that like that. Then I want to copy and paste it, and then I want to make it full of spikes. It is very important when you're making a geometry-featured worthy level that you leave no empty spaces. So what this means is that instead of having this, we're actually going to also add a new block in here. And then maybe we can add a, I don't know, like a soul blade in here or something. It's going to make it feel like it's not empty, right? Because right now it is very empty, which is one of the reasons why I want to add this spike pit. And I'm actually kind of unhappy with the spike, to be completely honest with you. After looking at it for a while, I kind of feel like it doesn't fit too much with the with gameplay. I mean, with the design, with the pixel art. So what I'm going to do is I'm actually going to use a pixel art spike, because I think that would make a lot more sense. And you guys see that something like this will also happen to you, where you add something, and then the more time you spend in the editor, the more you realize how it just doesn't fit that much. So then your sharp eyes kind of detect it, and then you decide it's fitting and reply. Actually, it was I wanted to use a different color, so I'm going to use the same colors as previously, and now I'm going to make them a different color, because yeah. Now it's important with these guys that you have to add hitbox to these guys. So every single object that is in the pixel art, all of these guys, they don't have hitbox. So if you enable hitboxes, you guys can see that there is nothing. You guys can't see because there's nothing. So I like to add an invisible spike behind these. So just add one of these guys over here, give them a random color. I like to do 5 and then make it black, and then blending. Black blending makes it invisible. Now you guys can see that there's a hitbox, but the spike is disappeared, which is awesome. This is, wow. You guys see, this looks much better. Okay, now you see a mistake I made was that I forgot to copy and paste the spike to somewhere else so that I can actually use it again later. So I'm gonna do that right now. So this is the spike, and this one we can just get rid of it, and boom, we have a spike over there. You can link it if you want to, but I don't like doing that. So now, yeah, this looks, now you can just copy and paste it, and this looks just so much better. I absolutely love it. This is very nice. Okay, now I want to see how am I going to decorate this one. Just to make sure you come up with the right ideas. It doesn't really make that much sense to just do what's there. Sometimes you just have to get around it somehow and to make it look cool. So in this case, this actually doesn't look that bad. And this is starting to look pretty good, I must say. So I kind of want to add the structure that is on top over here. So the first thing, as always, is we want to add these guys. Add them, rotate them, make them look nice, and like that. Now, there is a small problem here, is that Geometry Dash users don't like levels when they have this type of structure. So this is like, you guys can see that this one is like a 4 block from here to here, and then the one above it is also 4 blocks. So looks like as if this is all like, it's all going in one direction, you can say, or it is the exact same length. So what I like to do is kind of just give it a expansion over there so that it doesn't look like it's, you know, one thing, right? You guys will see that this will make a lot of difference later in the thing. And now we want to copy and paste this one as always, and then layering, right? We want to go here, go really fast because we are on speedrun mode over here, like that, copy and paste, and then the shading, of course, move it there, select to, copy, and then these guys. And what's interesting is that if you have a block that has 3, so if this block, let's say, went to here, you can just copy and paste this twice, because now you have 1 particle on each side, which takes perfectly exactly 3 blocks, that's exactly what we want. This is perfect. Okay, so now we want to get rid of these guys, and we want to add 1 particle in the center. That's gonna have a larger posvar with a larger amount, and this looks about right. Nice. Okay, so what else is there? There's also this thing, so we want to copy like that, put this in here, and then copy and paste that one. And I believe there's also the glow, which I have, there it is, the glow is also there. Let's go. Okay, awesome. Now this looks nice, but I like to always add some stuff on the structures on top. So for example, I like to do maybe like that. You guys see? It's starting to look much, much cleaner. And this whole thing, it doesn't look finished, right? The level just doesn't feel like it's a featured worthy level. And the reason for that is because the background is very, very empty. We're gonna get into decorating the background and adding air deco and more effects to make it just feel like a featured worthy level, which is what we're aiming for in this video, right? We're gonna aim for a featured worthy level for you guys. Now, this is when you have a lot of structures, you can just start copying and pasting because it just makes everything a lot easier. Now, it is very important to be careful when you copy and paste because you don't want to make it too obvious that you copy and paste it. I've seen people like copying a whole part and then just pasting it somewhere. That's not really how it works in GD. Like, you could do that, but it's not going to look good and it's going to look like it's going to look copy and pasted. So when I'm going to select it, okay, now you guys see that I forgot this layout thingy. So I'm going to copy and paste, boom, delete, and add this one. Now you guys will start to see that the blocks are looking kind of too similar. They look kind of like they are copy and pasted.
Wanna build games with Godot? Zenva gives you the fastest way to go from beginner to building real projects. RPGs, open world.
But we're going to come to a nice solution at the end, which is going to get rid of this copy and paste factor without actually changing the design or anything. So that's going to be very cool. Okay, so double spike in here. So what we want to do is we want to yoink these guys, copy and paste them, remove this, and put them in there instead. Nice. Okay, this is looking good. I like it. Okay, now I set a spike trap over here, or a spike pit like that. So what I want to do is I actually want to add a little bit of variance into this one. Why? Because it's a long pit, and if it was all like so, it would be, doesn't look that good. We want something a bit better looking. This looks way too repetitive. And when I get I said at the beginning, we don't want to have any repetitiveness. So what you can do is we want to select all of these guys only, and then we want to double them and then move them to the right, and then we're going to do this. We're going to use the scale. Use this one. I'm going to show you what this one is. So if you scale normally, you guys can see how they are all scaling from this center outside. And if you click on this one, each individual one is going to be scaled on its own, which sometimes can be extremely helpful. And you guys can see this list looks so much better as opposed to, you know, having, yeah, this is so cool, like up and down, as opposed to one single line. And I'm also actually thinking of maybe I could do that in here as well. I'm going to get rid of these guys and add those ones instead. So like that, and this is, yeah, that is much, much cleaner looking. Okay, so now we also have a style of the level kind of going up and down slowly. But yeah, now we want to add glow on top of this. And look at this. So now we don't longer have to change the particle because we already have a particle for a 2 blocked, for a 3, for a 4, and also for a 5. So now we can just copy the 5 and then copy and paste it and then move it 5 to the right like that. And yeah, you have a particle. Nice. Now we can snap it. And yeah, this is excellent so far. Nice. Now we can snap it. And yeah, this is excellent so far. I like it. All right, so it is important to also add, I don't know if you want to, but you could add jump indicators, but this is not really anything that is, you know, necessary for you to get a featured level. I'm also kind of unhappy with the ground spikes, so I might actually also change those. Also, the lava doesn't make that much sense because we are in a pixel art level. It is important to only use pixel art if you are in a pixel art level. Unless you really know what you're doing, then you can start using some other stuff. But so I'm going to use this lava. Lava pool, which is a pixel art lava pool. I'm going to paste the color and see how it looks. So I feel like this one should be a bit darker and that one can go a bit brighter. Maybe this one can go... Actually, I might have the lava pool as red. Yeah, this one doesn't look that bad. And now we can get rid of all these guys. You guys already know the select... Yeah, this one doesn't look that bad. And now we can get rid of all these guys. You guys already know the select filter works like a charm. And now we want to add a glow like that. And actually, I might get rid of these guys. I'm not too sure though. Let me see how it looks first. Okay, so this doesn't look that bad. It looks very polished, I must say. So we want to do this, add that, and then what else? We can add a glow with that color, and then perhaps make it more reddish, something like that. Yeah, you guys can see that the glow coming from below is actually kind of nice looking, like I must say. I might add more to the lava pool over here. Because I still feel with editing, stop all decorating is about, to kind of, you know, stop editing, stop going into the editor and do something else, and then come back later. Maybe you will have more ideas. So doing something like this, I always like doing that, kind of making like a black and white structure, which you saw we did by simply copy and pasting this and then making the saturation at 0 and this one also 0. And then you can change the brightness to make it really dark. And then you're going to have this, yeah, this is a very nice looking structure. And now with this one, we can go up all the way. And you see it doesn't look that good because there's just something wrong. So what we're going to do is we're actually going to move this a little bit to the left. See how it looks. Not good still. I'm going to do that perhaps. And now we copy, paste, and make it really dark so that it fits the color of that guy. Make it behind. You guys already know how all this stuff works. And make these guys in front. Okay, so this one I believe is having a way too high bead Z layer. Like that. Yeah, that's nice. This is pretty good. Okay, still the level doesn't look that good. We're